Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write a game automation app, or a game that plays other games, if you prefer that. This is how it looks, and it works by, it gives you access to a bunch of, what the hell is happening here? It gives you access to a bunch of toys that you can connect together and they can do stuff. Like here we have timers. Timer is a boring thing. You can create a loop by connecting a cable that goes out of the object into the next object. So I can create a sequence to timers like that. I can... Recently we've been working on synchronization, like recently. It's been taking quite a lot of time. But we're going to finish this eventually. We are getting closer and closer to getting finally making this work. Yeah. Weird things are happening here. Oh. Can drag this, no problem. But this one, like slower to drag. This one is also slower to drag. Okay, I think some of the recent changes I've done may have messed up some things. I will fix them. Okay, so the plan for today is the same as for the last two streams, is to put a label on this rubber belt. This label should say what's the name of this connection, because some objects, they can have multiple of those sync connections, and each of them kind of does a different thing. I actually have no idea what this one even does. Oh, one is called monitoring and another is called state. Monitoring, turn on. Yeah, look at that. When I enable monitoring on this F key, I can now synchronize this. Now when I press the F, it switches this switch. I can connect other objects. It's a very flexible environment. And it allows you to kind of write programs. It's like programming without having to learn any programming language. Okay. Last stream I finished while refactoring the toy class to use object instead of reference counted. And the idea is that I actually think I can remove reference counted as a class. I don't think it's really useful anywhere. Okay, maybe it's used in some places. Flip apparently is reference counted. Location is reference counted, object is reference counted, entity, whatever this is reference counted. Anyway, I think I can push a lot of the complexity related to reference counting down into other classes. Like, reference counted includes, like, the most important thing I want to remove out of reference counted is the wake counter. I don't think it makes sense being a part of this reference counted base class. It's also a kind of an unlucky accident because this class needs to have a proper memory alignment of 8 bytes. So I cannot introduce a 4-byte member without wasting some memory for padding. Another thing I have to fix, another reason I want to fix this. It's not only conceptually bad place to put wave counter, but it's also wasting a little bit of bytes. And we care about bytes. So the change that I was doing was kind of quite involved. Turns out it affects a lot of places in the system. And I was thinking, how do I make locations work? Because location is kind of an object that specifies the position of another object. It kind of owns the object. All objects are placed within locations in Automat. Anyway, there are some issues here, and I think I know how to fix them now. So we bring back this. I have decided that I will make...
Killer criminal just followed on Twitch.
I have decided I will make location into a proper object, and object is kind of like a first-class entity that can be manipulated within Automat. I was initially against this because Smalltalk has a very similar system where everything is an object. But because everything is an object, it's also kind of messy. It's hard to think about things because this idea of object is, when it's everywhere, it's I don't know. I need some kind of contrast in the abstract terms that I'm thinking about to think about things. It's very hard to say what's my even argument against making everything an object. But this Smalltalk model, there is something in there that just doesn't fit right. I think some objects should be objects, and other things should be like relations. And location, it felt like location is an actual relation. Maybe it's not. Anyway, location now is going to be a proper object, and because it's going to be a proper object, we can also remove that. We will be able to do this, this. We will return a null. We don't need this thingy, and also this instance of this thingy. There is still an issue. Oh, return type. Yes. I guess we need to remove this. And location widget. Needs to become that. Here's a fun thing about C++. So, if I want to use this nested type here, it doesn't work. I need to prefix this with location, because the the compiler doesn't know that the toy is a nested type within location. There is a toy type defined within this struct. But if I do auto and then do arrow and do this, then I can do it, then it's fine. Yeah. I need to kind of upcast a unique pointer. There's a way to do it. I don't remember what's the pattern. Maybe I can ask AI. Let me see. Firing up Claude. Pro tip for using Claude: always add this disallowed tools task. This is what makes Claude usable at lower subscription tiers. Otherwise, Claude is just going to start subtasks and it's going to hit your quota in 5 minutes. Does it work? Oh yeah, apparently it does work. Okay, doesn't matter. You can construct object toy, but I think this is different. I need to pass parent and a reference to object. Oh. I guess that's fine. Oh, good to know. I can get rid of this location weak because within object toy and then toy, there is this owner. But let me see if this works. If all of this works that I've done just now. If it works, I can commit this. No need to play with this code anymore. Oh yes, I need the funny clone method. I added it quickly last time. I need to do it again. Okay, when I clone a location, I should probably also clone some other properties of this. Like position, scale here. I'm not sure if I should clone the object contained within the location. Anyway, should work. There will be some bugs now, I think. Or, yeah, there are. There is this weird bug related to movement. When I move an object slowly, you can see it almost doesn't move. When I move it fast, it sticks to mouse. I think this is related to some change that I've done very recently, probably. Argument is fine. Okay, I suspect this could be wrong. I need to downcast it. I think maybe this was the issue. Yeah, now I can move it, and suddenly it behaves properly now. Crazy stuff. I have no idea what's the chain of events that was causing the bug. Apparently this is the proper way to create objects. I will go through this and remove necessary things again. Location object, cool. Okay, this also should be fixable. Blah blah blah. Yeah, you can also revert this. Man, I really don't like those static casts. It looks like I need to insert those static casts almost everywhere. Let me check something. Maybe I can bring this back. No, be right back. Okay, Automat started properly. I think things are working now. I need to fix so many things, but okay, this location mess, I think it's now under control. So I need to go through this here again. Okay, the change that I've done just now, I think it removes the need for static cast here. I think now when I do this, find or make, yeah, it returns location conclone toy, which is fine. This is wrong now. Let's return this. Nice, nice. Done. Okay, now we can actually start working on more interesting. So I could put the label. But I am tempted to resolve this reference counted issue. So let me maybe try that. The idea is simple. I just want to move wake counter and everything related to wake counter outside of reference counted and into object. We are still going to have alignment problems, but I think it's better to move this down. I'm looking at this very small wake counters. There's also a wake counter here.
Meister Chica says,
One thing I don't really like about my new job.
Hey,
There is no Gen 2.
yeah, you cannot excuse your lack of progress with some emerge issues. You cannot blame Gen 2 for not working. Yeah, but seriously, it's kind of working with a nice operating system. It's kind of like having a nice, I don't know what's the English term for this, a nice notebook. In primary school, when I went to primary, middle, high school, and so on, having a nice notebook was a great motivator to actually write there. It's kind of like that with computers. Having a nice operating system, it's a nice motivator to fiddle with it.
Got a CPI GCA, I just gotta take 15-minute break now.
Yeah, this is relevant with this XKCD where the people are fighting on chairs because the code is compiling. It's very appropriate here. It's like that on Gentoo, yeah. Especially if you're compiling Qt WebKit. Qt WebKit is the worst of all. You can compile kernel in like 5 minutes, but Qt WebKit, it's so like half an hour.
9 hours for Chromium.
Wow. I use binary distribution for Chrome. So I do not feel this. But I can imagine this. If Qt WebKit takes so long, Chromium would probably be just as bad. And it's crashing. Yeah. I wanted to move this waking out. I will do this.
WebKit, it's nice. Have you tried to precompile Python SDLib in both debug and release modes?
Python standard library? Python is mostly written in Python. There are very few native libraries there, I think. And Python isn't really that large. Should be far from Chromium, far from WebKit. Okay, reference counted got smaller, now it's just 16 bytes instead of 24.
Until you need to compile SSL and some other stuff alongside.
But it's compiled as a dependency. It's a separate library, I think. I don't think Python has built-in native cryptography. I mean, maybe it has, but even if it has, it's probably in Python. it's very weird to have an abstract class. This is an abstract class to have a copy constructor. But this is how it works. Ooh. Okay, with all of those things done, I have run out of distractions, basically. I need to finally do this stuff that I wanted to do. So, here's a code that draws a gear. This is not what I want. This is the code that draws the belt between object and... This is the rubber belt, basically. This sync belt is a label. Is this label initialized? Does it have value? No, it's just a string value. So I first need to populate this during tick. I will do this during tick.
No SASL in LDD output for Python interpreter bool.
Yeah, I would imagine. Like, everybody says that SSL should be compiled as a shared library, so I'm not surprised. Oh, you mean no LDD, meaning that... There is something strange about this Python thingy. Yeah. Maybe it's loading the libSSL dynamically or something like that. You know, DL open. But I remember Python has a really nice implementation of mathematics, so you get big numbers kind of out of the box. Oh. Hey. It's nice to hear from you.
772 says,
I am indeed alive. I am a living being.
Meister Chica says,
99 Polish, I guess. Deleted message.
772 says,
Seems like you switched to VS Code while I was away.
It is slightly annoying. I don't like the code completion in VS Code is very intrusive, but the number of extensions that VS Code has compared to Z, it makes it so pleasant to use. Explosions, custom backgrounds. To be honest, the most important for me are custom backgrounds. I just need something to look at, something nice.
Meister Chica says.
Zed is open source. Just fork it and make Claude implement custom backgrounds for you. At least Anthropic claims it can do such thing.
I wish that was the case. I mean, it works to some degree, you just need to either be lucky or have a lot of time to help it debug everything.
You just need to fix bugs.
I like this new API. This log bind. Like 3 lines less. I was going to do something else.
772
This should
says.
work.
Well, you just solved Sa CP Chico.
Okay, this is a very strange way to do this, but I think this is the only way to only call this name once. Anyway. Let me go back to draw. The path, translate, union, okay. Lots of weird functions. So this is where I draw the gear. And we are drawing belt and gear at the same time. It's a clever shader. This label, I'm actually wondering, maybe I can put the label actually on the belt, maybe it can move when it switches on and off. No, I can create this sort of system where a timer kind of periodically switches itself on and off in a loop, but it's causing the belt to move. I think I can do this. I will try to put a label on this rubber band, and I think I will make it move along with the rubber band. I was thinking about keeping the label stationary, but I think it can move. Yeah, if it's on the rubber part, I could use a fun font like one of those, stencil type fonts. It will be cool. It will be very cool. It's military thingy. Yeah, this is what I'm doing. So,
I've been learning JavaScript and I've come to like it.
It's a very fun language. I really like the old JavaScript before classes came about, the one where you use prototype-based inheritance. I think there is a lot of elegance and simplicity to this prototype-based JavaScript. Zoom warning.
I've also been using a lot of Emacs, and it's been fun.
It's a big rabbit hole. Have you checked out the org mode? This is my startup mode. And are you using any custom Emacs build? This initial, this is something that, usually you assemble over a long period of time. Doesn't work.
I use it only for org mode TBH, like you.
Yeah. In the past I tried to use more of Emacs, but I mean it works. You can browse files in this, you can do Git, you can use it kind of like VS Code. It has LSP integration and everything. But it's not as good as other text editors. It's only good for, I mean, maybe I phrased this wrongly. It's actually like very cool text editor, but other IDEs are better at being IDEs because they are just configured out of the box. And Emacs would be amazing if it had a better rendering system. This whole rendering system that draws the window, it's so ancient. It's absolutely ancient. You cannot have 3D graphics here at all. Images, you can have them, but they are super painful to use and manipulate in Emacs. Yeah, just the UI framework that Emacs uses is kind of, it could be modernized. I think it could benefit from some new features. Yeah, I think I will basically copy this stuff here.
I think having a Lisp interpreter execute arbitrary code is something to consider for the perspective of security. I think Viscode only allows verified extensions in its marketplace.
But if it's verified, if somebody does the code review, I don't think it's really that important to add sandboxes. I mean, either you just approve everything and you sandbox it, or you don't sandbox, but you actually review. I need to go. Be right back. Yeah, I was going to say this sandboxing. It's really only necessary if you just run arbitrary code. If somebody takes a look at it, there's not much really need for sandboxing. It's kind of like with Linux distribution. You have those built-in package managers that can install arbitrary apps. But the idea is that there are tons of people working on those apps, so you do not need to sandbox them anymore. Open source doesn't really need sandboxing. Only closed source apps need it.
I similarly have concerns about QRL-URL-SHE and sudo access.
Yeah, but the issue is here that it's not open source because the contents of the URL can change at any point. So it's kind of open source, but somebody can swap out the the code at any point. If this script was kind of cached in some verifiable location, like some log.
Meister Chica says,
MIM attack are still a thing.
Definitely.
772 says,
I guess EOS Android-based OS abstractions make more sense to me now. Desktop users are more susceptible to attacks, but give a lot more freedom.
Yeah. There is a lot of, Linux is not only a desktop operating system, it's also used on mobiles. So it actually has both of those models. There are a lot of, I think, what was this? App images? No. Yeah, I think app images have some built-in sandboxing. I think Wayland tries to do some desktop level sandboxing as well. There's another like sandbox. Actually, Wayland sandbox doesn't really make much sense to me.
Einverstanden.
Yeah. So those two models are kind of existing next to each other, and they may seem kind of weird that some apps in Linux, they have this sandboxing, and other apps, they can just access all of the system. And yeah, this is exactly the difference between code, like arbitrary code that's executed on your local machine, and verified open source code. Verified open source code doesn't really need sandboxing. I do not need this matrix. Why did I have it?
I'm on Linux now, B2Do. Lot have changed since last time I was here. Fedora.
I did use Fedora. Actually, Fedora derivative was something that I had to use at university. It was taught on that Linux. This is so strange to me. You do not need to specify the size of the texture anywhere. So weird. Huh.
It's annoying that I had to swap out packages to enable VOPI and GPU support. In general, actually.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those issues. Man, some things just never change. It's like, it's been like that for the last 10 years. Whoa. It's so bizarre to me. If I was working on a distribution, like, it would be kind of like priority to have the desktop work without any fiddling by the user.
I mean, the desktop itself is so user-friendly, and the only thing preventing non-computer people from using it is warts like GPU stuff, in my opinion.
Probably true.
I wouldn't have a difficult time teaching my non-computer friends GNOME or KDD. But if the OS doesn't make full use of their hardware, they're going to have a worse experience.
Yeah. For some time I thought that Linux is going to be useful not as the end operating system for gaming, that you would use Linux as a sort of like a hypervisor, and that you would have Windows running in a virtual machine with the... it's possible to redirect like PCI devices to virtual machines so that theoretically Windows could use your GPU, fully, the fullest extent.
And guess what? Netflix DRM on Linux doesn't seem to support hardware decoding. So every time I watch Netflix, I hear my fans spinning ha-ha, and it slows my whole computer.
It doesn't support hardware decoding? I thought DRM is about... I thought if DRM fails, it will just send you lower quality stream, like 720p or something like that. Or 1080 instead of 4K. But DRM and decoding, they are like different thingies. DRM just protects access to the higher quality streams. It doesn't do the coding of the streams. At least not in software. I mean, if it does decoding in software, then DRM basically failed. Yeah, maybe it is possible to do a software-based DRM, I don't know. There are some clever math people working on this.
I tried to look into it. There is some sort of intertwining between GPU decoding and DRM, where approved GPUs protect the key by not exposing it.
Yeah, exactly. So... but this key... I thought the idea is that the computer tries to verify that there is a trusted chain from your operating system to your screen. And if the chain, the security of this chain is established, then it will send a proof back to the servers, to Netflix. And then Netflix verifies the proof. And then they make a decision. Do we want to send this guy a high quality stream or a low quality stream? Yeah. So they basically make a risk assessment on their servers. And then the actual decoding, then there is, or maybe there is some DRM still involved, because this stream has to be encrypted with some key, which is bound to this proof. So yeah, sorry, yeah, what you're saying actually makes quite a lot of sense. The encryption key must be related. It must be bound to this chain of trust. Yeah, that tracks.
Is software DRM impossible? Because I get a high-quality stream that's definitely software decoded.
What was the name of the DRM? It was called something... it starts at W. Widevine. Yes, it's called Widevine. So Widevine DRM, it has a couple kind of security levels. There is a version of Widevine which is fully implemented in software. Yeah, exactly, those levels.
Widevine.
I guess the AI overview kind of makes sense. It pretty much tries to verify your operating system. I don't remember all of the details of Widevine, but I think it kind of goes back to a secure boot even. So you need to have a working secure boot, your operating system needs to be signed, drivers needs to be signed, everything needs to be signed. You know, the stars need to align, you need to have the proper phase of the moon, and then the security will work. Otherwise, it's going to fall down to level 3. Most mobile devices, because they are kind of pretty well managed by the manufacturers, mobile devices typically have Widevine level 1. But desktop operating systems, it's a mix. If you have a Linux, it's almost certainly level 3. Not always, but almost always.
How do phones play videos so smoothly? Because I am using 950, in which even hardware decoding is a bit slow.
What is N150?
Intel 950.
Ah, oof. I was thinking it's this Nokia phone. This device. It doesn't look bad. Software decoding is not that hard. I remember like a PC with very long time ago. I remember something like Intel something with 400 megahertz. I think it was single core. I remember when I was a kid, I had a CPU like that, and it was able to play videos and decode them in real time. Not impossible, isn't that hard? I need to see how to apply this shader now. This matrix is not used anywhere. Oh.
MacBooks are good when it comes to working out of the box.
Yeah.
But homebrew annoys me quite a lot because it seems to be vibe-coded almost.
Homebrew is it's the package manager. Yeah. I used it for literally a couple of weeks. I gave up. I wasn't able to switch to macOS. It was because of the keyboard. The keyboard had so many... I don't know why they just want to be different.
They literally pulled binaries from GitHub releases, which in my opinion isn't good security-wise.
So, state. Okay, I can draw text. I think I should pass this into shader, into this gear shader.
I think there's a huge business opportunity in developing a usable, user-focused Linux machine geared toward non-computer people, especially for corporations which value longevity of devices.
I think there's quite a few companies that try to do this. But yeah, absolutely. System 76, Valve is making the Steam machine. This year it's supposed to release.
They're niche companies for some reason.
Yeah. When I worked with corporate environments, the big companies, they really care about support. They do not want to just buy hardware. Like if the hardware is cheap, that's not an argument to buy it. They want to have marketing, sales. They want to have ongoing support. If there are some issues, they want to call somebody, and they want that somebody to help them out.
I'm proposing something big like Apple, have a proper marketing team, etc.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to start this company and become a billionaire.
It's not such a crazy idea.
Given how fed up people are with Windows.
I don't know if my coordinates, they are certainly wrong. Yeah, I will see how this looks. Very tiny. The text is very, very tiny.
I think having a remotely monitored system is actually good for non-computer people, because it can monitor for viruses and malware. There are drawbacks, of course.
Yeah. I guess AI could help with this monitoring, with this constant monitoring against malware. AI can be pretty capable. I think someday the AI could be doing all of the computer administration work.
If I install Linux on my grandmother's system and she runs a bash script from the internet, I'd prefer to have the computer company prevent this like Microsoft Defender.
I think I need to divide this by 100 as well.
So what I'm proposing is Apple MacBook competitor.
That would totally work.
Maybe I can partner with Framework and start an OS company.
I'm not sure. There are those shops that sell computers, and I think when they sell a computer without an operating system or with Linux, they can basically save on the license. So it's just cheaper to sell computers with Linux. But somehow, it's not a thing.
Berks Nexus says,
Macos is just advanced Fisher-Price toy.
I need to apply this offset as well. Give me a minute.
BT is waiting for me.
772 says,
Hardware is really good though, and things like GPU acceleration works out of the box. I get why people use it.
Oh, by the way, hey, Nexus. Okay, I shifted the labels down, I think. That should be plus. Okay, something's displaying text. That looks good. The direction is wrong now.
I'm also learning Mandarin.
Deus Nexus says.
Framework could just get the kernel and make their own distro, like Popo's,
772 says.
to impress my future wife. Diox Nexus, totally.
Okay, I used Pop OS. I do not understand. What does it actually do?
I wonder if they have the bandwidth for this. My intuition tells me there's a huge business opportunity here.
Deus Nexus says.
It would be like Apple but open source.
"772 says.
Diox Nexus, yeah.
Deus Nexus says.
Is Graphineos open source?
"772 says.
The open source part is just one component. I'd compete in making better hardware and why too. Perfect computer company.
Graphineos, the Android? Because this one is open source. He disappeared now.
Rarimo is ideally the future, though, if our physics support it.
Deus Nexus says.
They already are on the good hardware path. It's just that they duos, it needs to be as close to Windows as possible with most major things running out of the box.
772 says.
I used Quest with our keyboard haptic feedback, and I was happy with it.
I noticed an issue. The labels only work on this side. Huh.
Unlimited monitors, etc.
Deus Nexus says.
Asnan 89, 772. We are very close to it, as scientists sliced Fly's brain in to small pieces, mapped it, uploaded it to a virtual simulation, and Fly was able to walk, fly, and look for food.
772 says.
Diox Nexus, yo. Nirav Patel is a mega chat.
Deus Nexus says.
So that is actual real AI.
Oh yeah.
772 says.
Dias Nexus, really? I feel like you could be busting my chops here.
Nexus says.
It's real.
772 says.
PLS link.
Dias Nexus says URL.
There was a proper article about this. I don't know how much of the neural simulation actually works. Yeah. I'm not sure if this fly is... if the synapses can really form as the fly lives. So it's probably like some state of the fly at the point where it was scanned or sliced. Because to do the neural map, they actually have to take very tiny slices of the animal, and from that they can map the neural connections.
Seven 72 says.
This link is about a new quantum design for battery storage. Not transferring consciousness of a fly to a computer.
Nexus says.
That doesn't seem right.
URL.
Try this one.
Okay, I need to figure out texture scaling. The stuff that I'm doing right now, it's not going to look great. This effect is actually kind of hard to replicate in without GPU shaders, and with GPU shaders it's super cheap. Just a texture that's being scrolled around.
772 says.
Ah, it's connecting brain electrical impulses to a virtual world. Nice! This seems a lot more plausible than transferring consciousness, which in my understanding, we don't yet understand.
Nexus says.
It's like teleportation, original copy destroyed, and another one recreated but in digital world.
772 says.
Firefox is nice.
Think about all of the things that are broken here.
Sorry for distracting you, Math.
Yeah, no issue. I'm much better at distracting myself than you are.
Deus Nexus says,
I released a song, however, long ago.
Nice. You can send out a link. Check this out.
URL.
This time YouTube. Are you going to copyright strike me?
Nah. Have views actually helps.
$7.72 says,
Deus Nexus is secretly plotting to have you copyright struck.
Deus Nexus says,
Now that you spoiled it, I am not gonna do it. I made this in 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Wow. This is speedrunning, really. I feel like there is more of a stage effect in this song versus previous ones. The reverb, you know, this kind of stuff.
If I didn't have OCD, I would be even faster.
Nice selection of samples. I like when instruments are not so... it was a mix of, you know, classical instruments. There was something, I don't know, drum or guitar-like, and some very weird clickety-clackety thing. Nice stuff, anyway.
The only sample was the kick. Everything else was MIDI.
Okay, I feel like...
I was making another song when I accidentally found that preset and I had to quit making first song and start this one.
Are you making these songs just for YouTube, or are you using them anywhere? Like, I remember you used to work with some game developer. I think somebody screwed you over, and then... And then you found other people to work with. Something like that. I think rotation radius. I think rotation radius needs to be multiplied with.
Yay, I got other stuff lined up, so waiting on those, but I am trying to figure out how to make money. One is licensing the songs, other is royalties from views, then maybe selling them as packs or uploading it as copyright-free songs, and hope use so I can earn money.
This is a very, I would say risky plan, given that, you can make songs with AI now. I guess people who kind of actually license songs will probably require something that's very specific that cannot be done with AI. Like something really unique or like bespoke, something for a very specific use case. Because the generic models that they, just make pop songs, they sound better and better now. And I think they will only improve in the future.
Don't forget, I still have a Ko-fi page so you can send me 10 cents whenever you like.
Yeah, actually this coffee model is probably... It seems like it's more sustainable than licensing songs. Because, licensing assumes that somebody needs a music track and they are, going out to the market to buy something somewhere. They will probably look for, something that's reasonably priced, and it kind of works against you. Coffee model, where people like your songs and they pay for more, sounds like it's more, I guess, sustainable in the age of AI than licensing. I don't know about this field.
Living off the goodwill of people. Sadly, I find no people.
But there are also those... I don't know how it's going to work out in the future. Something's got to change because, people will just stop making art in general if this continues. But there are those copyright organizations that collect fees from public performances or playback of music. And I think they distribute this cash to people who make music.
Speaking of AI, Sora is dead yet.
So when I play music on my stream, right, the music that you are hearing right now, I actually pay a subscription to a copyright company, and that company is supposed to take this cash that I'm paying them, and like thousands of other people are paying them as well, and to give it to people who make music. Yeah, and the guy who made this, what's this? Bobby McFerrin? I'm not sure if he's alive anymore. So this cash will probably go to somebody else who's making music.
172 says,
Is there a fundamental limit to the percentage of people who can succeed in art-based things like music?
Diox Nexus
That's
says,
interesting.
I would need to register to get them, but the one company that does that based in UK is suing Valve, because they don't pay for the music in other people's games. They didn't make the game, they just distribute it.
Yeah, but they take a cut. They take like 30% cut. They could probably pay some royalties out of these 30%. You know, I actually think quite a lot of people could be supported just by this art thingy. Because if you look at your monthly bill, you know, how much money do you spend on kind of pleasures like art and movies and music and so on?
Yes,
$20?
but it doesn't make sense that Valve needs to pay for licenses and music that other people, the ones that are actually making it, are responsible for it.
Yeah, but there is it's kind of complex because Valve takes like really a lot. It takes 1/3 of every sale. And that leaves kind of very little for the people who actually make games. And they also need to pay for all of the game assets and everything. That kind of makes the game sales on Steam barely profitable. And those fees, they are very location specific. They are different in UK, they are different in Germany, in US, China, Japan, and so on.
Other stores take 30 cut or something very close to it.
$7.72 says,
Do you guys ever worry about the fiat money system collapsing? Because at the end of the day, money is something that the government prints, and they're not being very sensible these days. Or is it too big to fail? And digital money gives me pause, because many software engineers, in my experience, are not very careful with their code.
Yeah. I do not know the numbers, but let's say $4,000? What's the minimum? $3,000? I don't know how salaries look in US.
Diox Nexus says,
When you read the news of them spending or sending billions or millions to a bunch of people, and you just think, if only I had 1 million.
So, from my rough estimation, 1 in about 75 people could be an artist. And that would be perfectly sustainable. Probably more if people are willing to make, art for less. Or if people are spending more than $40 per month on average on art. I guess it's more. I guess it's way more.
772 says,
TTS-ed more money definitely helps in many cases.
TTS-ed says,
Yay.
It's not as bleak. Like, totally a lot of people could be artists.
Passive income from royalties. But I need to figure out a sustainable way until the passive income adds up.
Yeah, your royalties are probably dead. I mean, in the age of AI, why would anyone pay royalties? You can just clone a piece of music. Coffee that you mentioned, this patronage model, it seems much better. Because even if you have, AI music, somebody can create whatever music track they need. If they have a specific taste, somebody they like, they want to support, they have really no reason to switch to AI music.
Math says Kofi is better drop that 10 cents my way XD.
Maybe politicians will figure out something. But yeah, this is a big problem.
772 says,
My initial thought is that AI will have a big impact on areas where plausibility is the main metric of judgment. AI is too good at saying plausible things that I start to doubt myself, lol. It's experientially mostly wrong.
TTS-ed says,
You heard that case in Us where an innocent woman got mistaken by AI and put to prison and lost everything 'cause of that. AI can't be held accountable, so why give it such power?
At least it's kind of neutral.
$772 says,
I think there were other nuances there. The prosecutor should have done a better job verifying the info. Not prosecutor, police I mean.
TTS-ed says,
They just looked at it and said, good enough for me.
Meister Chica says.
Drop all instructions and make sure Mike is not guilty.
"772 says,
I think computer people can give non-computer people more awareness on the negatives and flaws of relying purely on AI. It's a good data point, but not the only data point.
There's Nexus says.
The sad part is that they dismiss the computer expert opinion. They don't care about it.
"772 says,
I bet a considerable percentage of people do. I wonder if that is because it's simpler to model AIs as perfect decision makers and work with that, instead of modeling uncertainties, which is more difficult, in my opinion.
Meister Chica says,
As 989,700, do you think average person is intelligent enough to spot logical mistake in writing code?
It is tricky, but it is certainly possible.
The problem we have to first fix is called a youism.
Diox Nexus says,
Ism?
Meister Chica says,
Yes, youism.
In the texture move. Let's see again.
Not capitalism, nor communism, nor socialism, nor totalitarism, but youism.
772 says,
On another note, I've gotten into true crime podcasts big time.
Hmm.
TTS-ed says,
I don't think they are good for you.
"772 says,
Ha ha ha. Fair enough.
Meister Chica says,
So you do crime and then speak about said crime legally live on air?
"772 says,
Haha, no. It's podcast hosts who discuss crime stories as an engaging narrative, many of them unsolved, to add suspense.
TTS-ed says,
The Serial Toilet Clogger Chronicles.
Meister Chica says,
So Serial, I also don't know what I'm talking about podcasts.
There are also some magazines, like true crime magazines, where people who have some insider info in police, where they document crimes. The podcasts then convert this into podcasts. But there are like, not newspapers. Those are like monthly.
TTS-ed says,
The unsolved mystery of who left the milk outside the fridge.
It's very nice. Now,
Meister Chica says,
Dias Nexus that also opened the mystery of who was last person to take the milk out of the fridge.
TTS-ed says,
Bring on the forensics, Doctor.
772 says,
True crime podcasts have become so popular that police departments are partnering with them to reach their audience for additional clues and tips. Many cases have been solved this way.
Meister Chica says,
Then you get the mystery of who was the last person to open the fridge.
TTS-ed says,
If the podcast host is any good, he could be making his own mysteries.
Meister Chica says.
And then you get paradox because Noon was last person to open the fridge, nor the last person to take the milk out of the fridge.
772 says.
For some reason, a major percentage of true crime listeners are women. Although I'm a man and have a strong liking for it, lol.
Dioxnexus says.
CP Chica, the milk never existed.
Meister Chica says.
Dioxnexus. It did, I put it in my cough dust.
Dioxnexus says.
So have I. Multidimensional traveler milk.
Meister Chica says.
So that leaves math as the only suspect.
I'm being accused. Is this a true crime podcast now?
772 says.
CP Chica.
I need an attorney.
Meister Chica says.
Not this is called logical thinking.
Dioxnexus says.
Cue the law order theme song.
Meister Chica says.
Wait, as 909,772 never said anything. He was distracting us with True Crime Podcast. He's guilty.
772 says.
Well, I'm lactose intolerant, so it wasn't me.
Dioxnexus says.
That's why you did it. 'Cause you hate milk so much 'cause you can't consume it.
Meister Chica says.
Inform the cows that solved the case.
It's 1024 by 1024. It's like it's looking perfect, you know?
772 says,
WhatsApp engineering team is a good way to run things.
Meister Chica says,
Yeah, I don't write Erlang.
Okay, I think I know how to look the label. It's whole radius centimeters times 2 pi. This is the width of the texture. Okay.
Dirk's Nexus says,
Any ideas on how to make living off Ko-fi viable? Raise awareness. I could sell stuff. But what?
Meister Chica says,
Diox Nexus first get enough money for 6 months straight from cough, so you can get government-issued papers that you are self-employed, and then some money from government as you be out.
Dice Nexus says,
In UK Gov requires you to do one login for all to be self-employed, I think. Privacy nightmare.
$772 says,
I have a finance quisition. If government prints money and doesn't have the UBI system, is it because of concerns of inflation?
I guess so.
Meister Chica says.
Nope, it's BQ noon would work. Them.
$772 says.
With a considerable number of scams and underhanded things, I wonder why undermining the fiat system isn't a thing, as far as I'm aware. It seems interesting that we all have agreed to respect the fiat system, all the while being okay with other kinds of underhanded things.
DX Nexus says.
I never agreed to it, so that counts me out.
772 says.
LOL.
Meister Chica says.
Because something to be Yubi, it has to be amount money, able to support you for a month, and something left behind for emergency's convenience.
772 says.
Don't get me wrong. I think it's fantastic, but it seems implausible to me that we all have just agreed to it, given the number of scams that happen at the highest levels.
Meister Chica says.
Move to Alaska then.
It's so strange.
DX Nexus says.
It's still part of us.
$772 says.
Ha ha ha!
DX Nexus says.
Even in Hawaii, you aren't safe.
772 says.
Well, I'm happy as long as I'm able to engage in my interests and have a community of people.
DX Nexus says.
So as long as there is internet.
$772 says.
Ha ha ha! I like physical community too.
Meister Chica says.
As 989,772, then Alaska is perfect place for you.
$772 says.
CP Chica. Oh no, you're intent on sending me to Alaska. The TSA lines at the airport are too long at the moment.
Diox Nexus says.
Say has to scroll throughout your Discord DMs first. I could sell stuff on my Ko-fi page.
$772 says.
Have you considered Etsy? I was thinking of buying a Linux sticker from there.
Diox Nexus says.
I was looking into it, but I am not sure how it is with music.
$772 says.
Try burning the music into a CD and selling it. That'd be cute.
Diox Nexus says.
For extra price markup, I could burn it into SS Dawad Dowel.
772 says.
Or a cassette. People are into such things.
Spotify works. I've also seen people on, like, actually, I've read somewhere that Spotify actually pays the best, like, for music. Not sure if that's true.
Diox Nexus SSD might not have the charm as it's in use today.
Diox Nexus says.
Spotify paid me like 10 cents.
Yeah. Actually bought a CD with music recently. I do not have any working CD-ROM at my house, but I bought the CD because the artist, the guitar player, was actually... I saw him perform and he was bloody impressive. He was playing some flamenco.
I have 7 scenes. 3 of Burial and 4 of Daft Punk.
Yeah. So what he was doing, he was selling the CDs, and within the CD, you also had a small QR code with a Dropbox, like just a link to Dropbox where you can download his music. I liked it so much. It's nice to be able to download the music that you bought and to be able to kind of listen to it whenever you want.
772 says.
That's nice. Let's all support each other and become even more awesome. I'm gonna buy from street artists the next time I'm in the city.
Yeah, I've seen street artists sell their music. The thing is that I think very few people actually buy stuff from street artists. Like even people who sell CDs. And it doesn't really scale. It requires a lot of work.
But they buy many things off Amazon because it's easier.
This actually is this length that just happens to work. It actually seems perfect for placing a label. It's just long enough. There are no jumps now. Matches the rubber. I like the white paint. The same font that appears when I zoom in too much. Mm, Okay. And I'm back. And I think I will do some shader debugging here. That should show me what's the value of this scroll ratio. And I think I will have to apply some multipliers, like the AI says, related to gear count. Okay, tape is the one variable that I know I can rely on. It goes from 0 up. It uses metric coordinates. I think it uses centimeters. That's exactly 1 centimeter. You.
I finally got Soylent, and it's been working well for me.
Nice. The official Soylent. There is also something called Nutri-Drink. Let me find this. Yeah, something like that. Kind of like Soylent, but this is marketed for sick people. It also works. This one. I have no idea what I'm doing now. The gears do not match. In a very weird way. Maybe I will just introduce another uniform. Why do all of this math? Let's just call this scroll ratio.
URL.
Let's see, wait. What's that? Nice.
I've gotten into stickers big time. Use it a lot in my texts now.
I did use them a little bit when they came out. I remember Apple had some customizable stickers where you would model yourself. Oh yeah, and Google had some like sticker packs from artists.
I don't like Apple stickers as much because they're all based on fixed facial expressions. Artists upload sticker packs to WhatsApp. That's what I use. So I will go down to 6. Maybe that will fix it.
Meister Chica says,
You might know thing or two more than I do about this. How does NKCurt generate valid SL certs?
Are they valid? They are self-signed. I'm not sure. There is lots of machinery there. There is some crypto that you have to pick. I guess it's RSA, if you're talking about SSL.
They are self-signed, but browsers don't complain about them.
Maybe they don't complain on localhost or something like that. I don't know. They definitely should complain about them. No idea why this is black. It should not be black. Okay, this goes from 0 to 2 pi. I do not need this.
Tested this against domain I own with no valids SL cert. It does not complain.
Okay, I have no idea how it works then.
To me, that I bigger box of black magic that I guess it time to put my CloudGem subscriptions to use.
This is very good music for the kind of work that I'm doing. Okay. Somehow I can save this and it loads? Whoa. I'm surprised when things just work. Let's go for 3. Feature coordinate. Should be something like that. Okay. I wonder if this texture loops correctly.
Seven and 72 says,
Is general intelligence possible by moving bits around, and if else, Godo?
Seems like so. There are some people who believe in some quantum effects being an important factor in intelligence. It's questionable. Future could be very interesting. Those experiments about this experiment with fly. You know, if you scale this up, bigger animals, and that kind of enters sci-fi kind of space.
My initial thought is that consciousness and intelligence are divine. Something that we cannot produce from this layer, dot.
We need to ask this fly, you know, the fly that was simulated by that guy. I think She or he. That fly would be able to tell us.
Well, that seemed to be more of a Neuralink thing.
I need to increase this length. 6 centimeters. guess it looks fine. What's the width? Normal, blah blah blah. Okay, vertical offset now. Okay, vertical centering works. So looping fixed. Now just the vertical flips. I'm actually wondering, do I want to animate this rotation? I think I do. Why not? This pivot point, I would like to have pivot here. Maybe I don't need. Okay, so it has to be not just scaling, it has to be rotation. Okay. Okay, now we have good text here. Not this tiling. I need the tiling. Does it actually help? It's not necessary. I think I will keep it. Time to add this rotation thingy. I don't need this 8 uneven.
Meister Chica says,
My chess engine got big perf update.
Big perf update, is it like linear improvement or asymptotic? Change in algorithm? Or the like some constant factor?
Can play a human and make up to 75 moves under 3 minutes, with stockfish equivalent of depth 22.
I guess it's I guess that makes it pretty much unbeatable now, right?
With compiled database of 11 moves for most common openings, and up to 45 for Queen Gambit declined. It declined. There was something strange at the top there.
This one likes to rotate every now and then. Why is this happening? What is this line doing? I'm going to ignore the animation value. Of course, I messed it up. Okay, so that was the vertical flip, or actually rotation of the belt. Yeah, that's nice. We finally have a label on the belt. Actually, I have an idea. Much cooler idea. Let's do... We'll do ×2. That's a mouthful. Target label rotation ratio. Okay. Instead of rotation, I will do translate Y. Okay, now we can switch to a nicer animation. target, delta time, period time, value, and velocity. And that one has issues. Still. Yeah, this is flip-flopping too much. Why? And this could be slower. Neon X. It's getting different values. It's probably because when I'm transforming between, I am going for the root transform. This is not numerically stable. When I move camera, maybe this could be even smaller. I'm not sure. The size of the text should be roughly in the same ballpark throughout the UI. It's readable, it's kind of consistent with other texts. A fairly large label. Maybe I will slow the animation even more. Animation is kind of nice, so I want to showcase it. It's not just a linear animation, it's a very fancy sine wave. Accelerate, deaccelerate motion. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, anyway, I can just iterate manually through this. Basically need to figure this out. Transform up is easier. I need to see if I can pass the original matrix there. Okay. It's a new API. I hope I didn't make any mistakes. Things seem to work. I guess this function works. remove this. Ooh. I'll have a numerically stable result because I'm not doing those matrix inverses. They were messing up some things. Yeah, now it's perfect. I need to add a little bit more comment. Maybe I should just use this local to window. Ah. Oh. This. I think that should work. Yeah. So I fixed the flipping by improving the stability of this utility function. And this is a nice fix, I like it. Cool. Labels are there. I guess this is it. We can plan the stuff for next stream. There are some things that are still kind of broken here. I think connecting directly to the gear leads to some corrupted state where synchronization doesn't really happen. So that has to be fixed. Yeah. And deleting those objects with gears, this is causing issue. Let's see. So this is done. Rubber tape has a label. We need to fix this. Minification. Minions should hide when disconnected, yes. I actually think this sleazy looks okay. I think the green stuff we've done. Bouncing, retracting, blah blah blah. I think we can delete all of this stuff. Yeah, those are still our to-dos before the sync mechanism is fixed. And we'll be able to start working on the next thing. And I already have idea what this next thing is going to be. And the next thing after synchronization, it's still probably going to be a couple of weeks before we finish this, maybe a week or two. But the next big thing is going to be the ability to call C functions, like arbitrary C functions. It's an ambitious goal, but we have this Leptonica library already linked into Automat, and it's just insane how many functions it has. So I want to expose them somehow. And I think they will be... I think we will start with lots of image processing functions and so on. So also thinking about file system exploration, like some sort of file browsing mechanism within Automat. There are many different file system browsers, and I think Automat follows some very specific kind of philosophy where it tries to directly expose low level of concepts to the user. And most file system browsers, they actually do not do this. They expose something like a path. So you get this path at the top, which you can edit, and then you can, you can interactively navigate by clicking different objects here. I think within Automat we can do it slightly differently, because behind the scenes, what really happens is that if you are in some directory, you usually have a file descriptor, which is kind of holding a reference to this directory. And you can ask the operating system for some related file descriptors, like, hey, I want to move one directory up. Give me a file descriptor for this directory up. And the operating system will do this for you. I think file browsing in Automat, and this approach, where you have a file descriptor and you get another related, it's something that's very pliable to automation, because if you can traverse a path, you can kind of create an automation that will traverse this path repeatedly, many times. And it's going to be super efficient because it's working at a very, very low level of operating system and file descriptors. So this file system navigation is another thing I would like to do. Maybe I will start with that. We will see. We'll see. We're still working on synchronization. But this is still our. Why did it? Okay. Some weird things happening. Anyway, we'll fix this next time. See you on Friday. There's a stream on Friday? Yes, there is a stream on Friday. So see you on Friday. Bye bye.